your will, not ours, for the people of Chambers County, in Jesus Christ's most precious name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
You may be seated. And for the record, Judge Jimmy Sylvia is not here. I see no citizens' comments. Lauren, we didn't have any citizens' comments. Okay. We'll move on to 1.2. Discuss and consider the request from the City of Old River Winfrey to rename the Old River Winfrey Community Building to Mayor Joe Landry Community Building. Tommy?
We have a resolution here.
Yes, we do.
Whereas Pastor Frank Joseph Joe Landry was a devoted servant of God, family, and community. He passed away on October 18, 2025, leaving behind a lasting legacy of faith, leadership, and public service. And whereas Pastor Landry dedicated his life to serving the residents of Old River Winfrey and Chambers County, exemplifying the values of compassion, integrity, and leadership throughout his lifetime. And whereas Pastor Landry served the citizens of Old River Winfrey as mayor for more than 32 years, providing steady leadership, guidance, and unwavering dedication to the growth and well-being of the community. Whereas his 3 decades of service as mayor represented one of the longest and most impactful periods of leadership in the history of the city of Old River Winfrey, reflecting his deep commitment to public service and the residents he faithfully represented. And whereas Pastor Landry faithfully served as pastor of Little Rock Missionary Baptist Church beginning in 1993, offering spiritual leadership, mentorship, and encouragement to his congregation and the broader community. And whereas Pastor Landry honorably served his country in the United States Army during the Vietnam War, earning the Purple Heart, the National Defense Medal, and other commendations for his courage and sacrifice in the defense of our nation. Whereas Pastor Landry was widely respected as a community leader, mentor, and friend whose life reflected a deep commitment to service, faith, and the betterment of others. And whereas the Chambers County Commissioner Court desires to recognize and honor his extraordinary 32 years of leadership as mayor and his lifelong dedication to the citizens of Chambers County. Now therefore be it resolved that the Chambers County Commissioners Court hereby approves the renaming of Old River Winfrey Community Building to the Mayor Joe Landry Community Building in honor of Pastor Frank Joseph Landry and his many years of dedicated service to the citizens of Old River Winfrey and Chambers County. Be it further resolved that this designation shall stand as a permanent tribute to his leadership, service, and lasting legacy within the community he so faithfully served. Passed and approved by the Chambers County Commissioner Court this 24th day of March 2026.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond.
Second.
By Commissioner Tice. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Will be greatly missed. It's a bedrock of that community for years and years and years. And you can just see by the showing of family and friends here this morning that man made an impact on his community and this county. And this court greatly appreciates everything that he's done for this county. So thank you very much. We have to take a picture. If we have to, y'all can step out at the foyer and at the stairs and take a group picture if you want to.
You want to do that?
Yes, please.
Take a recess real quick.
We're going to recess for 5 minutes at 9:30.
Hey, Hammond.
Well, 9:45 a.m. We'll recess. We'll go to 1.3. Approve the donation from the Chambers County District Attorney's Office forfeiture funds to the Anahuac ISD Explorers Program in the amount of $15,000. Cheryl.
I'm gonna let Mallory
Miss
Vargas
Mallory.
talk about that. Y'all heard from me enough. But the Chambers County Explorers Program was started, gosh, I don't even know how long ago, but Brian Orlando started it. And we have been fortunate enough because of Chambers County law enforcement to be able to seize funds from criminals and do good work with those funds. And one of the things that we've been able to do is help fund the Explorers Program. And the Explorers Program has been so successful that we actually have Chambers County Sheriff's deputies now that went through the Explorers Program back when they were in high school.
That's great.
So that's how old I am. So anyway, and Mallory, do you want to present or say anything about the Explorers and what they do?
Can y'all hear her, or does she need a mic? Or?
She's a lawyer, she's loud enough, but don't let her fool you. She's not as quiet as she looks.
My former teacher, Miss Heather Hallhorn, would tell you that I'm not loud in class. But we're really grateful to have the Explorers here. We're really grateful for the officers that are out doing the work so we can take the funds from people who are running drugs, who are running guns, and who unfortunately are also running people. Take that off of the streets and funnel that back into the community so we can redirect these youth into professions where they're not out on the streets, but they're helping protect us. So we're excited to be able to do that. And thank you, Cheryl, for inviting the Explorers and for giving them $15,000 from the forfeiture funds. So if it's possible, can we bring them up here?
Motion by Mr. Dagley, second by Mr. Tice. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Yes, ma'am, please come on up. You may need to set that speaker down.
Y'all want to introduce, when you get up there, introduce yourselves and your rank and serial number and what year you were born.
So are these some of the explorers that went through the?
Well, that's what I wanted.
Yes, ma'am, I was one of them.
Okay, well,
Here's
Go ahead.
you don't like that.
yeah, it's for the record, state your name.
Okay, Mariana Chavez, and I started the Explorer program back in 2021 and then went to dispatch, and now I'm a deputy for the sheriff's office.
Wow.
What school did you graduate from?
I went to Dayton High School.
Okay, well, good, congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm Lillian Dewitt. I'm a junior at Barbers Hill High School, and I'm currently going through the Explorers program. I joined last year in October.
Okay,
I'm Colton Dewitt. I'm going through homeschool. I joined 2024, and yeah.
okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is James Lee. I've been here since 2023. I started in the jail. I just recently moved to patrol last year, and I started helping out with the Explorer program right around the beginning of the year. It's just really neat to see all the kids and see how they progress from being high school students and kind of learning what we do.
All right, well, thank you for being involved.
Thank you.
And thank you for being in law enforcement. We need more women, for sure. But everybody's welcome, of course.
Everybody over there.
Okay, right over here first.
Gotcha, thank you.
Okay.
Thank y'all, and thank you, Cheryl,
Thank you
for
so
what y'all do.
much.
Okay, we'll move on to 1.4. Approve the donation of a long-range communication speaker from the district attorney's office to the Texas Rangers in the amount of $13,743.53. Mallory?
Big speaker.
Like,
We're excited to be able to give this James Wilkins here started as a trooper, made his way up to ranger, and now he leads an entire unit of how many people?
We got about 15 in Houston, but we have 100 plus total in the state.
So I'll let him talk about exactly what this speaker is because it is a mystery to me. But we're excited to be able to do it and partner with him. And he's been a resource for Chambers County. When he was a ranger, he worked on some pretty high-profile investigations, and he's done a phenomenal job. And we're excited to still be able to partner with him and help our law enforcement partners throughout the state of Texas.
If I could interject here too, when is it Captain? Do you go by Captain? Lieutenant, excuse me. Sorry. When Lieutenant Wilkins was a trooper and he was promoted to CID with DPS, the last day he was on patrol here in Chambers County, he got over $300,000. And so he never stopped working, even when he was getting promoted. So we've known him a long time, and I feel like a proud mama that he's a ranger now, and he's like one of the bosses. And so he contacts me every once in a while and says, "Hey, would you mind buying us this?" But because they have been so good to us, and over the years, DPS has seized funds off the interstate too, and then also with the Chambers County Sheriff's Office really doing a good job now too, and adding to our forfeiture account, then we're able to do good things, like I said, like the Explorers program. But I'm gonna let Lieutenant Wilkins tell you more about this, since I know absolutely nothing about it, and I'm not even gonna pretend that I do.
State your name for the record.
James Wilkins.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. So this is called an LRAD, it's a long-range acoustic device. It has the capabilities of reaching out almost a mile to give announcements for public safety. We use it a lot for barricades, hostage situations, and things like that. It gives us a line of communication when there's not one. You're able to talk very clearly and concise through this. Especially like I said, flooding situations, getting people to evacuate during fires and things like that. We usually attach it to one of our vehicles. It has magnets on it that we can put on any vehicle that we have. We've also had to take it in situations for apartment complexes when we ran search and arrest warrants, where one of the guys will carry it with them, and it runs off a battery also, and you can literally do a call out from an apartment on the 3rd story if you have to and need it. So it's a way for us to communicate very clearly during any situation that we're dealing with. So,
Of course, safety too. Safety's a big issue.
oh yeah, but
And you want to introduce your gentlemen that are with you?
you stand up for me. So I got Zach Simpkins, one of our operators. Christopher McCarty, he's a semi-local. He's a Liberty County boy. Joshua Duncan, Brian Anderson, and Richard Hazenberg. These are a couple of operators on the team. We're a full-time team, so all we do is train and run operations, search and arrest warrants. We assist on surveillance operations. We run a lot of operations down the Texas-Mexico border. But this is their full-time job. And so this piece of equipment will undoubtedly help us do that. And then once again, we thank the DA's office for coming through for us and always being a friend, to the Rangers.
And let's not forget, he's a former Marine as well.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Ty, second by Commissioner Dagley. All in favor? Opposed, motion carries. All right, you want to come and do a picture?
You can put it down.
Yeah, you're fine.
Mallory, you want to come get in on this here?
Yeah. Okay. Then why don't you get in the middle? Can I put my arm around you?
Fried mama mama.
Thank you guys. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank you.
Thank y'all, and thank you to the DA's office for all y'all do to help.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Our law enforcement.
coming.
Thank y'all very much.
Okay, is John out there?
John Parrott.
Parrott?
Yeah, I saw him just here.
Do we?
Okay. Go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and skip down to golf. I think we have some people here for that as well. 12.1, discuss and consider allocating $477,000 for interest, from interest earned on the CO 24 to golf course upgrades, CO 24 golf. John?
Yeah, this is just, we have two line items today for, one for Wolford course, golf course design, to add them for the back nine, to bring them on to start the design. And then the other 250 is for the, for change, not a change order, possible change order for, the front nine of the golf course. Some things that we didn't foresee before we started the contract.
Okay.
And I have Mike Archer here and Steve Wolford for any questions for some
Okay,
clarification.
Judge, what number are we
so,
on?
12.1.
Okay.
So, the 477 is the total of 12.2 and 12.3.
Yes, sir. We're just trying to allocate those funds.
So, if we can, let's skip down to 12.2 and 3 and discuss them first before we approve 12.1.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to 12.2.
Okay.
Discuss and consider approving Wolford Golf Design for Chambers County Golf Course Design Services in amount of $227,000.
Yes, sir. He's our architect on this job. He did the front nine, and that it does include the irrigation part of the course as well. So we're just trying to get him start the design for the back nine now, and the design needs to probably be done by May so that we can start on time for the back nine.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Is-
And I have Steve. I have Steve here.
Okay, over here.
Yes, sir.
Don't make it too hard, okay? I'm gonna retire one day and wanna play.
Steve, can you come up and give us a little, state your name for the record, please?
Morning, Commissioners. Thanks for having us. My name's Steve Wolford. I'm a golf designer that y'all commissioned me last year to complete a master plan for the golf course. Pretty quickly after that, you decided to jump into the front nine improvements. You further commissioned us to provide a bid package for that work, which we did. Through that process, Mike Archer and G6 were selected for the work. We got started in November, and we've had great weather. We have met regularly with the team, Chambers County staff, myself, G6, construction meetings throughout the process. Mike and his team have done an excellent job keeping us updated on quantities, on schedule, and how any deviations in that might affect the budget. We've been tracking this thing very closely all the way through. And I think that if I could say for Mike and his team, you couldn't have chosen a better partner. He and his team have done an excellent job going above and beyond, looking for any opportunity to improve the product. And we've just had great communication through this whole process. So we're here to answer any questions that you might have.
Anybody got any questions?
So if we did a master plan, why did we only design half of it? I don't quite understand that.
That's all we gave it money for, probably the front nine.
So the master plan was for the whole golf course or just the front
Well,
nine?
the master plan was for everything. The construction, the bid documents were for just half.
Correct me if I'm wrong, your master plan was irrigation, golf course, club, I mean, it had a lot of things, it's kind of like a to-do list over a course of the life of our course,
Yes,
correct?
sir. No clubhouse or maintenance facility,
No.
but everything.
Everything else, okay,
Yes.
that's what I thought. Okay.
Commissioner?
So do we have funding to do the back nine,
Okay. From
the
what my,
construction part of it?
From what my understanding is, the 12.1 is coming out of the interest earned from the CO 24.
Okay, yeah, so that's just for the design phase.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the construction phase.
Yeah, we have not, that would have to be.
There's no funding for that?
Not yet.
Okay.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Dagley. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We go to 12.3, discuss and consider approving change order in the amount of $250,000 to GS Greenscape 6 for the Chambers County Golf Course renovation project. John?
Yeah, this is one, bring Mike up for us. You know, when we originally did the budget, you know, there's things that we can't foresee for the future. That things pop up, and then we have to make changes along the way. I'd say that when we have these meetings, Mike and Steve, and there's a lot of areas that we did save money. If you look on the list I provided, there's a lot of areas that we did save money, but then there's a lot of areas that we were short. You know, just adding pipe or different items like that. So, the 250, you know, there's no contingency on this project at all. So that might be something we need to look into for the next project. 250, you know, we're coming to ask for this now. When we use all the 250, it's gonna be close. But we just didn't wanna come in August or September and say, hey, to finish this job, you know, and leave it almost, you know, 90% done.
Okay.
That's why we're coming now. So we've been watching this for the last couple months. We were at the meetings, and we kind of knew that we may be a little short.
So on the back nine, we will be taking this in consideration.
Yes, sir.
So we don't have to.
Especially for the contingency.
Okay.
I think we should. For all the other big projects that we have in Chambers County.
No, I'm talking about this 250.
Yes, sir.
In the change order.
Yes, sir. And he'll explain it to where it does make sense for the.
Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Mike Archer with Greenscape 6 and the contractor for the reconstruction of the golf course. And I just want to say it's been a pleasure working with everyone with the county. I mean, John and his staff have been wonderful. Steve and the design team have been great as well. But also, I want to give a shout out to the finance department. You guys, they make sure when all of our bills are submitted that all the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, and if we don't have something the way it should be, they have been extremely helpful in getting everything right to where all the documentation is as it should. And that's just been a pleasure to work with. Guys, we don't get that everywhere we go. And I'm talking, we work with municipalities and government entities all across the state. And the cooperation has been extremely helpful for us. And I just want to say thank you to those people over there, because it's been a pleasure to work with. So,
Thank you, Mike.
Anyway, we're coming requesting additional funds. We've run into one of the big questions when we started this project was how much usable material was available in the lakes to build the features of the golf course, and it ended up that really the majority of the material in the lakes was all soup, silt and mud that we couldn't use. So to build the features that are necessary to build the tees, the greens, and all those features, lift up the fairways to where they would drain and everything, we actually had to undercut the ponds and get the good dirt that was underneath the bad dirt to use to build the features, and then put the bad dirt back in the ponds and still have a depth in the ponds suitable for water retention to irrigate the golf course. And in doing this process and using that usable dirt to build the features, the footprint grew. And so all of we had some savings in T square footage, we had some savings in big catch basins, we added some smaller pipe, small catch basins, and so all of that, we had a overall net savings in the drainage aspect and with the tees. The expanse and the additional funds are because the footprint grew. that means more area to shape, more area to finish, and more area to grass on the golf course. So that's where all the additional funds are going. More sod to secure the features, and then more grassing area. You know, you just can't leave it dirt out there. You've got to turn it into grass, and so that's where the additional funds are going. And yes, we are taking this into account on the next 9 as far as knowing now what is going to be suitable in the ponds and probably what we're going to run into on the back 9 in those ponds as well. So we're going to be much better prepared to handle this in the future for sure.
Mike, share with the court, me and you've been working on this project long before you were low bid on it, of trying to envision what we're seeing right now. If anybody on the court has not taken a golf cart and reviewed the front 9 that's going on right now, the transformation that's going on is strictly, really unbelievable. It looks fantastic. But Mike, I kind of want to put a cherry on top right here. The vision I had from the very beginning is 35,000 to 40,000 rounds a year. What is your vision right now, since you work on golf courses all around America and Texas? You see that vision crystal clear now too?
I do, and it's not going to be the Chambers County golf course of old. I mean, I've brought several friends out that I golf with, and they commented about the transformation. They said, wow, this is a totally different golf course. This is not just the flat piece of property that we remember. You've given it a lot of topography. The greens built up. You brought water into play on some of the golf holes and lengthened the course as well. And so they're amazed at the transformation. I think that this will be a draw for Chambers County to bring people to the county and see what we're creating out there for sure.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Bagley. Any further questions or comments?
Yes. So did we change the scope of the project some to initiate this change order? What sparked this?
Yes.
Because I see, looking through this, I know the topic has been the dirt has been an issue, but when I look at the change order, all I see is sod cost and screed cost, so.
Yes, sir, and that's why, yes, the scope was the change in the dirt and how we had to mine the dirt. The costs are realized in the revegetation of that dirt and how the footprint has grown as we have used that dirt to build the features necessary for the golf course.
You good, Commissioner?
Not really, but I'm done.
Okay. All in favor?
Have the timelines changed
No.
No.
on the management?
When's
You're
it
good.
gonna be completed by?
We should have most of the construction finished up by the end of June, and then you'll have the maturation period, the growing period, and as soon as the grass is all filled in. And,
We're hoping to open the front 9 by October 1st. And be ready to go cart path only.
Okay.
I just sent out my change the date.
Yes, sir, I don't wanna let you know, yes, sir, we're taking
Alright.
care of you.
All in favor?
Uh,
Any opposed? Motion carries. Alrighty, we're gonna go back up, thank DJ.
Thank you, Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you very much. 12.1, discuss and consider allocating $477,000 from the interest earned on CO 24 to golf course upgrades, CO 24 golf.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Bagley.
And that's the total, the 227 and the 250, we're just getting from the CO.
Yes, sir.
CO interest earned, yes. Any questions or comments? No, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
Thank you,
Ms.
John.
Go back to Road and Bridge 3.1, discuss and consider the abandonment of unimproved right-of-way on the West Cypress Avenue from 8th Street to 9th Street in Winnie suburbs to set a public hearing on Tuesday, April 28th, 2026 at 10 a.m. Brad.
Sir, good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Mr. Kelly Touche and others have petitioned for the abandonment of West Cypress Avenue. It is a unimproved right-of-way. If you drove by it, you wouldn't know it's even there. It's grassed over, there's trees, and so they are asking for that abandonment. I think maybe the only thing that we would, not the only thing, but one of the things we need to discuss is how we go about closing this. Do we want to, and it's never been maintained, it's never been built. It's not in our maintenance program. So I don't know if it's a matter of abandoning it and then have it half go to the property owners on the north side and the other half go to the south, or if we need that to be appraised, purchased. You know, that's gonna be a decision that, you know, I'll leave to the court. But that's what Kelly and others are asking.
So they're specifically asking for the abandonment only, not to buy it?
Well, if you ask them, they would rather not have to pay for it.
Are they on both sides?
There's 4 property owners.
Yeah. Does all 4 want it?
They do.
So
to gain that additional 30
So
foot.
Bob usually, I'm sure you spoke with Bobby.
I have not on this.
You
I haven't.
So so the big difference, did we buy this or was this?
We've never bought it. This was laid out part of the Winnie suburbs. Whenever the subdivision.
Same as the last.
100 years ago. Sorry.
Yeah. Have we abandoned any more in the Winnie suburbs?
In Stoll we have, in Winnie.
The ones we just did for
Bobby
Way.
Yeah. Did we abandon those and were those similar to this?
They're similar. The difference was
He owns both sides.
yeah, that he owns both sides.
No, I get it.
And it was the understanding that he's going to develop and build that road.
Create value and build the road.
Exactly.
I understand.
Exactly. In this case, it would at least put it on the tax roll.
I think they just want.
No, I'm for it. We set a precedent with that one. I just want to make
exactly.
sure
Yes,
with
sir.
this one.
Yeah.
Some right of ways we do sell, some right of ways we don't. If we've never bought this, then
Yeah.
I would think we should just abandon it and go, like you said, to the 4 property owners.
Yes, sir.
But I mean, I know that's not what's on the agenda today, but
Right.
we'll have to figure that out. Maybe
Yep.
that's something we figure out on a later agenda. This is just for strictly the abandonment of it, correct?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay.
I think if it was a paved road, that's maybe another conversation. If we use it for 20, 30 years and we built the road, that might be another conversation. But that's what they're asking.
So moved to set the hearing in the banner. Yeah.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Tice. Any further questions, comments?
That is to set the public hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
That is to set the public hearing for April 28th, 2026 at 10 a.m.
That's correct.
Yep. All right.
Thank you, Brad.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're gonna jump down to Economic Development and Tourism, 5.1, public hearing at 10 a.m. to establish a Bundy reinvestment zone. BJ. We need to, thank you. Need recess out of Commissioner Court at 10:14 a.m. and go into public hearing to discuss and consider, this would be 5.2, right? Discuss and consider order establishing a Bundy reinvestment zone. BJ.
Yes, good morning, Commissioner Judge. This is a public hearing to receive comment on establishing the Abundia Reinvestment Zone. Abundia Global Impact Group is developing an advanced recycling pyrolysis facility in the Cedarport Industrial Park. Just to remind the court, it's a $180 million capital investment with potential creation of 128 new jobs. Public hearing is required to move forward with the tax payment process.
Any comments from the public? Hearing none. We will adjourn at 10:15 a.m. and go back into regular session of Commissioners Court to discuss, consider the order establishing a Bundy reinvestment zone.
Thank you, Judge. This is simply the order that establishes and creates the 25.4 acre reinvestment zone.
Entertained motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you,
Thank you, BJ.
Thank you, BJ.
Thanks, BJ.
Okay, we're gonna jump back up to engineering project management, discuss 4.1, discuss and consider awarding Woodland Acres drainage cleaning and grubbing to Kelso Pipeline Services in the amount of $316,000.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. So we went out to bid for the Woodland Acres drainage project. We got 3 bids back, I believe. Colesko being the low bid at $316,000. My motion for y'all is that we approve this and get it started.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions, comments?
No, so all these, guys that bid on this work that all been walked through the project, by either myself or Zach, so we have good scope of work of what we want done and what the expectations are, so. Just another one of our drainage projects that's been long overdue, so.
Yes, sir.
Luckily we made it through last hurricane season, didn't have any issues, so. But, this one here is probably about a 2-week project, so.
I'm hoping it's about 2 weeks, depending on weather.
Depending on weather, so.
Yep.
But anyways,
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Go to 4.2, discuss and consider going out for RFQs, request for qualifications for geotech services, construction lab testing.
Yes, so back in 2022, we went out for the same RFQ. When we had brought in those companies, it was a 2-year with a 2 1-year extensions. This is just to go out after the extensions are basically re-upping everybody there. Anybody that's new can come and apply, and we'll do the normal RFQ process and bring anybody that we see fit in.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Daly, second by Commissioner Hammond. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We go to 4.3, discuss and consider various requests from JSW Steel to reduce detention volume. Zach?
Yes, so JSW basically has a basic request brought up to the court. Basically, they want to reduce their detention volume as a request to the court. They, from their preliminary analysis, show that it needs 8 acre-feet of detention. They want to reduce that down 8 acre-feet. So basically, have
Reduce
no
it to
detention. Basically, reducing it to 0. If you look in the conclusion section of the included portion there in the packet, you can see that 8 acre-feet of detention or storage would fully mitigate the increase, and then the reduction in detention volume would be 8 acre-feet is sufficient, is what they're asking for.
Okay, I think there's someone behind you.
Yes, so their engineer who put the report together is behind me.
Okay. State your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name's Jared Gaynor. I'm with Hutchison and Associates, and we did the report. We originally asked for no detention because this was the U.S. Steel plant that was obviously built in the 60s, early 70s, and place is basically fully developed. But they want to add 15.6 acres of impervious surface, and the detention in the area, the floodplain in the area is really from the storm surge, which is 4 feet higher than the stream that all this drains into. And so detention is somewhat of a moot point, but of course the county's adopted a policy that you gotta have some, and so we did an analysis to see that we could fully attenuate the drainage increase coming off of this impervious surface with 8 acres of detention. So it's like a 20% reduction from about 10.14 down to 8. And so it's a very modest decrease we're asking for, but it at least saves them some area.
And the 8's existing?
What?
Is the 8 existing?
No, there's not any existing.
Okay.
It's proposed.
I got you.
The county requirement of adding that would be 0.65 acre-feet per acre.
Correct.
Times the 15.6, which would give you the 10.14 acre-feet. And so we're asking, based on our analysis, that 8 acre feet would be sufficient to fully attenuate the increase in flow. And so that 8 is reasonable. You know, we'd still like none, but 8 is reasonable.
Okay.
So you would add 8
Yes.
instead of 10?
Correct. You're asking for basically a 2 acre, 2.14 acre variance. So.
Are you gonna go deeper on this here for the offset or just the same?
The detention may actually be accomplished by just, they want to build a truck yard or pipe storage, and we've done this on Jindal's development on 565 where we flooded the yard, and the detention is accomplished there. They really don't want to dig a hole on their property and just waste property. So this is a dual purpose pond. The Jindal pipe yard on 565 and the ERW plants have both accomplished, you know, the detention is in the plant. That one, they may come back and actually do some further detention west of the railroad track, but I don't want to mix projects up here. Anyway, for this 15.6 acres that's in the old U.S. Steel Mill site, we haven't designed it yet, but it'll either be a hole or it'll be a parking lot that's bermed up and has proper inlets and restrictors to accomplish the detention, whatever rate is settled on.
Any more questions or comments?
So the argument is just the 2 acres?
The 2.14 acre feet.
2.14 acres, that's the argument here?
Yes.
Okay.
This is a slight reduction from 20%.
I understand.
Okay, entertain a motion?
I think it warrants further discussion with our engineering staff.
Just a comment, you know, I talked to Jerry about this, and Jerry, the problem I have is this sitting in the middle of a 16,000 acre industrial park surrounded by another jurisdiction that master plans their drainage. And this site drains through that site, and we're holding those sites accountable to a certain criteria and a certain drainage criteria. And to ask for a variance for this, I understand you're stating in your documents that it's going to be zero net impact outside of the boundaries of this site. It's just really hard to grasp holding other people in the same park accountable to a certain 0.65 impervious and deviating from that for this company. And I just don't think that's something I can overcome.
Okay. Well, the only argument there would be that, of course, all the drainage that's there was built by U.S. Steel. You know, they put in the original ditches, and their 2 ditches, their north and south system is what drains the area.
But those systems are now draining into a much larger, complicated system that Cedarport TGS has created and CP-NID's created, with massive amounts of large volumes of detention basins that are interconnected and then funnel out to the bay. So eventually that's the same thing this system's going to tie to. And so they're benefiting from an overall development around them. And so to create a waiver for this facility, although you're stating it's going to have zero net impact, the water does flow into a different system that somebody else is maintaining and paying for. And we're holding those developers in those jurisdictions certain accountable to a criteria. So I think that's why, and Zach can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's why our county engineer has stated he's not favorable to this, or he doesn't recommend this due to the fact that we're trying to be overall consistent within the park. And this is part of the park. Is that correct, Zach, or is that the stance of the?
Yes, that is correct. So that's why I'm necessarily against this one. It's just because we're having to hold everybody else accountable to this. It's just holding the same person accountable. There's no favoritism in any of that.
So Jerry, I would like if they're going to do exactly what you're stating, and my suggestion to your client would be build a 10-acre parking lot and berm it and create a 10. They're going to get more use for their truck, right? I mean, if they're going to be able to build it and use it, I have a much harder problem if they couldn't use this 8 acres. But what I just heard you say is there's a potential they're going to do a drainage project and still be able to use that land and not lose it like some do, right? So if they can build a larger truck parking lot and a truck area, a queuing area for their truck storage area, and berm it and create drainage in that park, they're not really net losing any acreage or development area in their footprint. So it's hard for me to give a waiver knowing they can still use that 10 acres. So maybe you'll be able to redesign it to the full 10 and still be able to use it. And I'm hoping that's what can happen. So
your motion is to deny?
I'm just gonna let die for lack of motion, but I mean, if you want a motion for deny, I can.
It's up to you.
No, I just,
Let it die?
I'm,
I can't support it.
Okay. 4.3 is gonna die for lack of a motion.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jerry.
We go to 4.4, discuss, consider accepting the north portion of the right-of-way donation from the east-west corridor. Number 4, EW4 from the Grand Park Keyhole LLC for the section between State Highway 99 and documents 2025-219974 as identified in the Chambers County property record.
Yes, so I know Dwayne's been working on this agreement, I'll let him take it.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. Yeah, this is associated with the item that was approved last Commissioners Court. This is the northern portion. Last Commissioners Court was the southern portion, right away to State Highway 99. And it has been approved. It's been reviewed by Zach. The southern portion it's essentially the identical donation, and the purpose it's serving is identical for the county's purposes. So I ask for your consideration of approval.
so moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice.
Yep.
Any
And
further discussion?
just for record, this section is immediately being donated and constructed. There's activity on both the north and south part of this donation with active development going on with this tie-in. So this section will be built for the south section, which is why the court and why Dwayne and the donor broke it up into two components. This section will get developed immediately for use and for the public. Well, I guess for the public use, because I think a truck stop and some industrial development are going up and down 99. And so that's why we broke it up into two different donations, just for the court's edification. So.
And the southern portion's already been executed and filed, and so it's just a matter of doing the same with the northern portion.
This will now tie us together, and we now have EW4 all together and donated. Yes, sir.
Good, great.
So moved.
Second.
Alright, no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Got this Douglas on the front page. Go to Parks and Recs, Jonathan Lake. Yes,
Your part.
huh? Yeah, we'll go
Your
6.
part.
Huh?
Finish on your part.
Okay, discuss, consider approving game time, CO Cunningham Recreation for aromatic maintenance coat and repair of the playground at Winnie Stowe Park in the amount of $29,896.74. Yeah, this is at the Safari Run. We've had some issues with it's being used great, and there's some wear. And so this year we'll come back and take out the war spots, redo it, and then seal coat it. So it will last a long, long time. So motion by Commissioner Tyne, second by Commissioner Hammond. No further discussion or comment, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
How old is that stuff? Has it been there a while?
2025.
No, this is a new Safari Run.
The new part?
Yeah, the new part.
Oh,
We did not seal it when they initially done it, which they should have done, but the cost was this here is half of what it was gonna cost last time, so it's probably 6 years old maybe.
Oh, okay.
But I tell you what, man, it is used a tremendous amount, so.
Good.
Okay, maintenance and buildings. We'll go to 7.1, discuss, consider approving Construction Administration Incorporated, CAI, CMAR Construction Manager at Risk proposal for Chambers County Sheriff's Office Training Facility and Firing Range in the amount of $2,499,490. Mike?
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. As shown and for approval is the CMAR fee for the Sheriff's Office training.
So we're ready to, we approve this here, we're ready to break down
Yep.
and get on it, huh?
That's right.
What's our time frame on completion, you think?
Talked to Chris on Tuesday. He's thinking maybe 8 months.
So
And I
moved.
know there's going to be, yeah, Dagley and, Ty. Yeah. Any further discussion? I know there's not, so all in favor? Opposed, motion carries. That's gonna be a great asset to our sheriff's office and all their around us.
Yeah.
Hey, for sure. So about a 7,500 square foot building with, instructional room and a training room for sheriff to do their simulation training.
All movable walls inside.
Movable walls.
Yes.
Nice. You got two ranges, got 200-yard ranges and a 200-yard range, so they do all their training.
Nighttime stuff and everything.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
As best could be described, probably the state of the art.
I would,
Headed that way.
I would state that the sheriff and his team have really done a lot of due diligence on this. I know I went on a site visit. I think Commissioner Hammond went on a site visit. We traveled to other jurisdictions that have similar facilities. And we're trying to take this facility to make it usable for not only our team, but all the surrounding jurisdictions, the DPS, the school district team, and other folks that the sheriff deems as good community partners in policing, to make sure we stay trained up, and I think it's gonna be wonderful.
Mike, the only thing I need to know is when do we lose the ability to use the current old range? I gotta make sure everybody gets qualified.
Can I run that up I need to run that up to flagpole with Chris.
And Judge, I want to make sure the court knows that there was no wreck with this because 7-2 needs to be approved.
Right.
So we do 7-1. Okay, just
I
making sure
think
we're on the same
7-2
page.
maybe should have been 7-1, though, should have been flipped, but.
Okay, let's go 7.2.
Cart before
Discuss,
the
consider
horse.
allocating $703,762 from the interest earned from the CO 2024 for the sheriff's office training facility firing range CO 24 SO005.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Hammond. And just to clarify, and I think I'm gonna ask Commissioner Dagley to clarify on this here, and our legal can clarify this as well. This money that interest earned is from the COs that's been sitting there, and the money is, this is interest earned on that, and it can be used for
Golf course.
anything we deem sufficient.
Well, based on my conversations with the auditor and the finance team, I'll try to keep it simple and high level, but we sell bonds, they go into an account, that account's interest bearing, somewhere between 3% and 4%. In this case, I think it's sitting about 3.8% right now. And you have to start designing these projects that we all go into, and some of these projects in CO24 are large roadway projects, the sheriff's office facility project, and also building projects.
Yeah.
So you have to sell these bonds to even start the engineering side of things. And just like when you're building a house, I would state to the community, you go and you get your architectural design done first, and that takes a period of time. So what's happened is this money has sat in an account as the designs occurred, but based on the statutes and allowable time, it sits in an account and earns interest. And that interest is not something that, we're not taking these bonds and investing in them and being punitive about it.
Yes, sir.
It's just the nature of the design process and how long it takes to design some of these projects, which this is the case, we've had a couple large roadway projects that, in fact, Chambers Parkway, Gordon Spear Parkway is fixing to be let, but that project is it's a $12 to $16 million completion of a road, and those bond monies have not been spent, but some of the design money has. So the balance is sitting in an interest-bearing account, and that's the money we're spending. So that's where those monies are derived from. And if Aaron was here today, I think he would probably concur, explain better. So.
Okay, I just wanna make sure people understand that that's where these funds are coming from, it's legal what we're doing. I think our legal counsel will probably bless it as well as our
Yeah.
auditors, so I mean, I just wanted the public to know that there, so,
That's my understanding.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carries. Go to 7.3, discuss and consider approving going out for RFPs, request for proposal to remove and relocate existing county court at law facility units to White's Park to provide facility upgrades and additional office space for YPS staff. Mike?
This has been probably a couple years in discussion. I've talked to Samantha, and I know when YPS is going on, they're in a crowded space. They need room for storage. They need operating room. They're taking money, handing out all their stuff. And when the Justice Center, when the LEC opens up, obviously the people in this facility will move into the LEC. And I just think it's a good money well spent to move these two to White's Park, and basically that gives the ag extension a little bit more room. I've talked to them, they want to move into the slightly bigger unit, and it gives YPS an available, basically operating an office space, for all their stuff.
Okay, so we're going to move the existing ag extension deal build
No.
out?
No.
Or we leaving it?
No.
That was the initial thought,
Okay.
but in conversation, they don't really want to do a shared space,
Okay.
and I don't blame them for that. So this just basically gives another office space,
Okay,
and
we
there's
move this
room.
behind?
There's room to set it right behind,
Yep.
adjacent to the new storage building that'll be going up.
All right.
And I wanted to get this on here now. I don't know how many of y'all deal with trailer moving folks, but it takes a while to round them up, it takes a while to get their pricing, and it takes a while to lock them in.
Do we have funding for this move?
We do not. We do not yet, but I need to start the process to see how much I'm gonna need.
Sure, and so usually bids are good for 60, 90 days. Is it, I mean, you have an idea of where you're gonna get the funds for this?
I was probably open to suggestions.
Okay, well, let's get the RFP, so.
Yeah, but we need to start the process, and like I said, it just takes so long to get numbers for stuff like this.
No, I agree
Motion
with
by
you.
Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tynes. All in favor?
I have a comment though.
Go ahead.
For the record, this is more of an overall, we as a court understand that in the next several months, we're gonna be consolidating and moving a lot of departments into the Justice Center. And so there's a lot of our buildings in this county that are gonna be moved and shuffled. And I think it would be prudent for the court that before we have department heads and anybody in that matter staking claim on certain buildings and moving and shifting, that we as a court strategize internally, even with the department heads and also building maintenance and everybody, because there are some resources that we may want to consolidate and use that may not be in people's front mind, right? And so I think we need to really strategize that to better use some of these outbuildings. This is one of them, and
Yeah,
so,
and
but
that's,
there's others that I know of that
yeah,
are gonna happen
exactly
too.
why I wanted to go ahead and,
But I think we need to, I don't want people see a bunch of vacant buildings and start internally shifting around or asking their liaison at court, can I do this? I think it needs to continue to be a court decision and something we talk about internally.
I agree.
Yeah, and just really create a strategy, so.
So this will initiate that process.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that,
Absolutely.
yeah, so.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carries. We'll go to 7.4, discuss and consider ongoing county construction project updates to include library, Beach City Park, Chambers County Justice Center, White's Park Show Barn, White's Park Storage Facility, East Annex, Legion Hall, EMS, Sign Shop, Chambers County Parkway Soccer Complex. A lot going on.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna, I'm sorry?
And more to come.
Yeah. I do a spreadsheet. We meet with Commissioner Hammond, and I don't know if y'all realize, we got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
Quite a bit. So I wanted to give a brief summary on some of the, I guess, more key buildings and projects we have right now. And I'll just go down the list. So the library, we just finished the paving portion. I've got one little bitty piece on that east side. I've got a telephone pole with a transformer on it that we've been working, Judge's been working on this for 4 or 5 months to try to get energy. I know Commissioner Gore's trying to chime in and help us, and it looks like it's getting a little bit of movement. So the only thing left on the paving is that east approach. Part of the biggest delay on this was the steel package. We're supposed to get the steel package mid next week, basically end of March. And reasoning for that, that's a very detailed building. It's not just like go down the street, buy it off the shelf, and everything, the splice plates, the changes in elevations. It took a little time to get this detailed, but we're supposed to get the steel next week, and the pace will pick up drastically, very much faster. His latest projection is a substantial completion. We're showing early October. I would say it's probably mid-October because the steel did lag a little bit behind his earliest projection on that.
2026.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, this year.
Yep.
Any questions?
No, sir.
Nope.
How'd I get so much stuff? All right, Beach City Park.
Your pig barn.
We are, we're almost done. We've got some painting on the courts that's being done today. And I think, has anybody talked to Commissioner Combs?
I have.
I think he's gonna have, I don't know if that's private, they're gonna have a service today.
3:30.
3:30.
Yes, sir.
For the dedication to his,
The Adrian.
Adrian, yeah.
It's at 3:30.
And then, do you have any thoughts on when we're gonna have park dedication? Because I've got that on the list.
Most likely late April. We're finishing I know Randall's working and your team's working on the finishing the paving. I was on an email chain today discussing the painting of the pickleball court, which they're doing now. They were asked to stop at noon today.
And they agreed to stop
at noon today to clean up, just so we could have the dedication and not be disturbed in the park. But the park is looking extremely good, and I'm getting a lot of phone calls. And I know I'm jumping in here, but it's basically finished except for the pickleball court, and then Till Civil is going to come back in, and they've agreed to come back in and seed and final grade and seed the project at completion. And I don't think that was even part of their scope. They just wanted it to be. They wanted it to really look nice when it was done, because they're, of course, the contractor is a local contractor. Yep. And we've had a few bumps in the road on this project. We had a concrete vendor that decided to pour a slab, and they backed a pump truck right over the top of our granite walking path, which had put a little delay in there.
And trucks.
And trucks, and they turned around on top of the granite. It sunk up. It was about just under $10,000 of damage, which was passed along to the contractor. And they took care of it.
They stepped up.
They stepped up and took care of it and apologized. So I will say that we've had some bumps in the road. We've had but the park is looking amazing, and I'm getting a lot of feedback, and I'm actually getting a lot of phone calls from community members, organizations, wanting to hold Easter egg hunts, wanting to hold events at the park similar to what we do at McCullum Park and Whites Park and Fort Anahuac Park. Now they're starting to call about this park, saying we really want to start doing some things locally down here in Beach City, and 5K run, because the walking path, they can do some things like that. So it's going to be nice. I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, so, well done.
So I would say 30 to 45 days we're gonna have a ribbon cutting, and we'll have a new sign placed. I know the sign's ready to name it the Beach City Memorial Park, which we've already approved. So I'm excited about that.
Good. Justice Center. I'm just gonna read a quick few line items. So the FFE contract is in place. The FF&E's been ordered. We're expecting the first truck 1st of July. I do have an update on, I got it here somewhere. So we're gonna start our punch walks in the LAC. And that'll start, because we have OAC meeting tomorrow to fine tune this, but tentatively right now, we're gonna start the LEC, the punch walks, around the second week of May.
Okay.
So, and then that just continues, and there's a lot of area to cover, quite a bit. So, we're talking about, floors 2 and 3, floor 2 in LEC, May 11th. Floor 1 is first week or second week of June, and then it just moves on from there. We'll start in the jail sometime, mid-June as well. So it's moving right along. Based on the upcoming Anahuac City Council approval, we're gonna close Bolivar for approximately 2 weeks to do the necessary repairs, also make the repair, the final repair on where we had the center point punched a hole in the water line on Halloween Eve. That was fun. What else? Elevators delivery is ongoing. We're starting on one of them. We're gonna do them one at a time. We're talking tentative jail completion is the fourth quarter, 26, and then as I stated before, we'll start the LEC punch walks in May. Questions?
No.
Show barn, almost done. Got a little bit of electrical, waiting on the fans, got a little bit of plumbing. Inside the next week and a half, I would imagine we're done. Yeah. Turned out really nice. They've done a good job.
Very nice.
Uh,
my expectations, for sure.
Yeah. White Park Storage Facility. So we've got, the building is ordered. I do have one concern, knowing that YPS is coming up. Clay Tippett has the contract. Building comes mid-April, around the 20th. Some of the same considerations that you and I discussed the other day. I'm not sure if we want to go ahead and cut them loose, knowing that that won't be finished, and there will be construction materials out there during YPS rodeo.
Yeah.
So if we want to,
I think we hold.
I would, everybody else feel that way? I mean, I'm sure Clay will work with us. I'm real leery, you know, if you put up a fence, that's a target.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be equipment, there's gonna be
I mean,
everything.
and then you're gonna have materials go missing, somebody's gonna say, hey, let's go out there at midnight and get that stuff. So if you're okay with that, I'll talk to Clay and see if we just hold off.
I'm good with that.
All right, East Annex. I have a schedule. We are ongoing with VE and design. Based on our March 6 meetings, we're scheduled to get construction documents on April 17th. N&T will have a pre-bid on 4/27. They'll have a May 8 bid date. We'll have a GMP review on May 26th, and then final GMP for Commissioner's Court agenda June 2nd. That'll be their deadline, and we'll bring it to court on June 9th.
We have worked very diligently for the taxpayers on this project.
Beat that thing to death.
We have VE'd it down, keeping the square footage for future growth. But the VE, we have done everything that we possibly can to get this cost down. And once, because we went from 10,000 square foot to 16,000 square foot, because I just felt with the growth coming from every area of the county, that every part of this county deserved every office. Ms. Heather and everybody in this office will be in that facility, and it will be ready. I mean, these offices will be move-in ready, and they have staff, and they will move in and start serving the community over there. So, I mean, going up And once it breaks down, it won't be a whole lot more than what the west side facility costs, because we have VE'd it down to the bare bones. And so I'm looking forward to that GMP price. I think we're gonna come in good.
Commissioner Gore and I definitely disagree on this subject, but I feel very strongly that it shouldn't be rebuilt where it is. You know, I think it should be moved to some open property for future growth, et cetera. But we're just gonna agree to disagree on that.
Yeah.
It's,
Funding and I mean.
there's trees, there's a road that only had big enough for one car, the fire department, to me, it's like, why are we trying to fit a square building in a round hole? But, move along.
Yeah. We are in the process of, we'll be there for long.
Do we have some idea on cost?
Right now, we're looking at the latest, just
6.7.
dart, NT probably at close to 6.8.
Yeah, 6.8.
Then you got, Kirksey's fees will be another 500. So you're looking at about 7.3.
7.3. We started at 4.
Oh, that was our budget.
There's about 3.9 million in that budget right now.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but
Was the 100,000 was the demo?
Yes, sir.
We've paid no architectural yet, right?
No.
That comes at the end.
Yeah.
I said, we're sitting at 3.9 in that budget right now, in that account, if I can remember correctly, and then, yeah, the numbers that we're hearing are those numbers you guys.
Yes.
So is it cheaper to build a one-story building than a two-story building?
No, I think it would be cheaper to build a 2-story.
You don't have if you're needing the square footage, you definitely don't have the room for one story.
Not there.
Not in that location.
If you go vertical, you have less slab, less. I mean,
Yeah,
there's some things that you can get some economies of scale on, but that's why we're having to go vertical though, is to
I know.
because of
That's
how
horrible spot.
yeah,
there's.
ain't much difference between 1 story and 2 stories.
Anyway,
Moving on.
We are working with Aaron's office and everybody else to come up with the funds. I think we have an avenue for the money. So, we will cross that bridge when we get our GMP.
To address Heather's concerns, because I don't want to make them feel they're unaddressed, there's a lot of street parking at this location.
A lot of street parking.
Which, if we're growing and something changes in the community and the street parking goes away, or we have a problem with street parking, it's gonna put this facility in a bind. And I did mention this in one of our meetings with the amount of employees we have at this location. We're gonna go bigger, and there's only a limited number of parking spaces on site. So you will have to rely on street parking on all of these occasions. I don't think the county, I don't think it would slow us down if we could find a community partner that had land. And if there's not one that exists, that's fine. This is your precinct. I would explore that. I would partner with a school and see if there's a partnership we could maybe achieve to maybe move this. It won't affect the design.
It won't affect the design.
We would pick it up and put it somewhere else.
Yeah, the school didn't have anything. I've communicated with them. They don't want to give up any property right now.
Our libraries, I would just analyze that with engineering and Zach and just do it. And if not, it's you've done your due diligence. I would just make sure that that's been completely vetted, because I do have a concern that the street parking is an issue. I mean, just with the amount of the size we're going, and it's been an issue, and I know you know it's an issue. But I know that the fact is going to 16,000 feet and limited amount of parking. It's more employees. It's more. I mean, you're going to have to set aside some of those for handicapped spaces, so you're going to have a ton of employees off-site, and all of your citizens off-site, or a lot of them off-site parking. So
I can do a little more looking. Just everybody bear in mind, it's going to add to the cost. It's going to add to the cost. It's going to add to the detention, because the detention on this project here is pretty much nil. But if we come back and we build this on a different site somewhere else, we will have a detention pond or something like that, and that will add to the cost of this project. And so will the hospital district just bought property over to here recently, and they paid $50,000 to $80,000 an acre for that property over there. So,
And I'm not necessarily saying we go buy land, I'm saying that can we find a community partner that we either partner with for future services or swap, land swap, if we have land to swap, or we just do like we did with the community golf library. We partner with the school district and we have a community partner with a facility that we maybe bring in as a partner to help create that project on a site of land. It's just, whether it's our own library or whether it's the school district or some other entity, it's just something I would vet, Commissioner. I know you will, so.
Thank you, Commissioner. And if this is a 50-year building, because, we're all not gonna be here in 50 years, I think it's our due diligence that we're spending this money wisely and not already creating issues even once it's built. We know there's already issues, so why are we doing this if it's a 50-year project? We need to keep that in mind for our posterity, so that they're thinking we're not all nuts. Well, some people probably already do think we're nuts.
but and like I said, I've looked at this, I've approached the school, and I've also approached the hospital district, and I've got no movement on either one of them. So, I can see if there's another community partner out there that may want to partner, so I can check into that as well.
And Commissioner Dagley, Brooke helped with the question you asked about how much we'd spend on architecture. It's $119,000 to date. It's come out of the initial budget we had.
So that's why we're around 3.9, 3.8. So.
Yes. Yes.
Well, it sounds like we're getting on ourselves in a predicament to where we're gonna have a building we can't utilize at some point down the road with growth. I mean, the main focus of this whole conversation's been about growth. So if we get a building over there and we can't get people in and out of it, so it doesn't do us any good to build it.
No, I totally agree with that, and if the court, if the court is willing to, like I said, our budget right now, by the time you add in fees and everything, like 7.3, what Mike was saying, if we wanna spend another $500,000 to buy property and put in detention and everything else, which, then you gotta look at, we're gonna have to design that detention, that's gonna add more architecture cost, it's gonna add more, we gotta go in and do geotech.
Plus you're gonna have to pay Kirksey for redesign.
Yeah, well, the building will stay the same.
Site plan. The only thing that would change is site plan. What's the size of this land tract? Land tract size? How big is this land?
1.9.
Yeah, it's not very big, it's less than 2 acres.
Because another thought is, what are we gonna do with the site?
We can make a little park out of it.
If we don't use it, why couldn't we sell it?
We do that too.
We could buy 3 acres, sell 1.9 acres, your net loss won't be too much. I'm just saying, there's things we could do that we need to look at. We really do.
Long term, we just gotta bridge the funding gap somewhere.
And I am concerned about the parking. I know, and Commissioner Gore's brought this up, and it's just, I know you felt handcuffed on this thing. I don't want you to feel, we're gonna have we have budgetary issues with this. And if we're gonna vote as a court to move forward with this project and find funds to build a $7.3 million annex, to go find another few $100,000 to build it in the right spot is money well spent.
I totally agree. I'm 100% on board with it and totally agree with what Heather's saying. And Heather and I've discussed this. Commissioner Dagney and I've discussed it with Mike. I'm totally on board, and that's the reason I've been working with Aaron's office to find the funding. We have, I think we have the avenue for the funding that we need right now. If we need to add some to it, I will be very diligent about going in and starting today and looking for another piece of property to do it. So, if we're looking at...
Move the EMS. Isn't that EMS on
the EMS is on the corner, yeah.
And move them and square the building up properly and put more parking in it, or...
We could do that too.
I'm assuming we own that, don't we?
That's a...
We own it, Sheriff.
Somebody owns it.
Somebody owns it.
The building is ours, Sheriff.
The building's ours. Is the property... his hours. So, I mean, and that's an option too. I mean,
They would probably love more centralized. If I'm EMS, I'd want to be as centralized to the area as it could be.
there's a lot of discussion there that, yeah.
When fairness to the update, I just don't, I don't want you to feel
Yeah.
like your project's being handcuffed by the fact that we may lose this, but we may change sites. I just think while we need to work simultaneously, and if we have to work independently as a court and work our contacts and elected officials for all of those community partners to stress the importance and that this is gonna be for the greater good for all of them. It's gonna help the school district. They're gonna have sheriffs on site. They're gonna have services for their community members off site. This would be an absolute benefit to those those partners. And so maybe a reapproach and a redirect would be warranted. And I don't think it's gonna slow the project down at all. I mean, it may be a 30-day redesign of the site plan and recalculating some drainage issues, and I think it would be very efficient if we can find something that's already owned that would be willing to partner and donate. If we have to purchase, then I think it's still not gonna slow down the site. I mean, we're so far off from actually breaking ground on this project. I mean, I say so far off, I mean, we're a few months away. So that gives us time to do this, and I think that we really need to put a full court press on this and see if it's feasible to move.
Yeah.
And if not, that's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, moving to EMS or we have options there. We just need to, I'll get with you and we'll start addressing them. And like Heather said, we've discussed this multiple times. That's the reason I've reached out to community partners and I've had dead ends. So we can re-engage and we can move forward because, trust me, that's the reason we went to this size of building. We wanna make sure it's good for 50 years. We wanna make sure the parking, we wanna make sure everything is right.
The parking.
Trust me, so, but we will get re-engaged and we'll get on that.
Anything else
No.
on East Annex?
No.
No.
Alright. Legion Hall. So with all the discussion for East Annex and the VE exercises, we had Kirksey actually penciled down in October. We picked those pencils back up early February.
Yes.
And we've been working diligently. We've cut the size of the building down. We went from 12 and change back to about 8,600 square feet. We had a meeting just this week. We picked an option 2. I was a little concerned about the number of trees that were gonna be taken down. So we're actually having them adjust a couple little things to the location of the building. We're moving the handicap parking to the side, right next to the building. And the building will actually shift east a little bit. So we gain a little bit more room, and that basically goes from taking out, was it 7?
Yep.
5 trees?
Yeah, which we did.
To 1.
To 1.
Once we get the demo number in, we've talked to N&T. He's gonna go and demo the building, smooth it out flat. And right now, we are not gonna do anything until after Gator Fest. Same issue we talked about earlier with White Park Storage. Of course, Gator Fest is quite a bit more enthusiastic crowd, and I don't think we need to put up a fence or put any rebar out there or anything. They'll just have a flat place to charge for more parking.
They can have VIP parking,
Yeah.
something there, anyway, but.
Yeah, and the construction will ensue immediately after, and that GNP, we're expecting that, I guess, in about the next 3 weeks.
Yes. And again, I've been working with Aaron on the financial side of it, and we have an avenue to get our funds on that building as well.
What's the size of that project? What are we at? I mean, I think right now, I calculated it's about a 6,000 square foot. What's the current size?
About a little under 8,600.
Currently?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
And
the
we're-
latest rendition.
No, what are we at right now, the current Legion Hall size?
6
And
and just a little over 6.
And we're going to 8,600?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were around 5.
I think you're right.
Climate
The
control.
reason is that the Legion
Oh, we need it bigger. No,
is gonna be provided some office space,
Yep.
et cetera, which they
Yes.
don't have in the current building. So, I hate we're reducing the overall size, obviously. It's the only building in this entire mid-county that, you know, this part and south that has some kind of a community building. Since there's nothing in Pine Island, Oak Island, et cetera. So I hate that we're reducing the size of it, but,
I think our calculation's just good for 200
And
people.
I apologize, I left that little note on my desk. I think we've still got seating capacity for events, 216, still have 103 parking spaces.
And just a reminder to the court, we're sitting right at about 2 million for budget for that right now.
Yep.
So I don't know what the GMP or when they're gonna come with one, but we're right at $2 million.
We got a WAG on
That's
that?
what we have.
Yeah,
About 2.8.
2.8, and I had.
And then with Kirksey's upgraded fees, probably all in about 3.1.
And just from earlier, we do own the Winnie property and the Winnie EMS. It does belong to the county. Y'all asked
So,
earlier. I got
okay.
It's definite. It is ours.
That don't compute with the sheriff's office building that we just did, which has a lot of additional cost in it that this building shouldn't have. So, huh? There's no doubt, yeah, those don't compare. They should be extremely close numbers. So.
And that has so much, so right now, we're at $360 a square foot at 3.1 million. If we stay within budget, we're at $232 a foot. And I've worked on this sheriff's training facility, which is nearly a similar size building that's gonna be fully built out inside, air conditioned. I have concerns, I'll stress those to the committee, but I strongly believe we can build this building for budget. I strongly believe that. There's no reason, and if it's not budget, it should be extremely close to budget. And we've built metal buildings recently from the Road and Bridge shop. I see the library kit building that's on here when you get the price for the sheriff's building. I mean, just the kit for the building itself and the erection of the building, just the kit for the building is $350,000. If you look at the sheriff's office building, 7,500 feet, it's 236 for the building, it's 116 for erection, and I'm just wild guessing because I just saw it in my packet, but I just truly believe that building is nothing more than and I hate to offend Kirksey, not really. It's a metal building, rectangle, that's exactly what it's gonna be used for, which is gonna be a great community building and a great building that functions like White's Park building and these other, it should not, we're not building,
Taj Mahal.
we're not. And I wanna build a very efficient but a very nice building in this county to replace that building at. And I truly believe you can do that in a budget. And I would challenge the committee to present that. And we need to get with N&T. And if we have to reel in somebody, we reel them in. But it should not affect square footage, and it shouldn't affect square footage. It shouldn't affect the aesthetics, and it shouldn't affect the use and functionality. It just
There will
should.
probably be an update early next week from N&T. We just went through a very elaborate VE exercise last Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah.
We just
So the WAG was basically a WAG.
Understand.
What is a WAG?
A wild guess.
Wild
Okay,
guess.
okay. I was like, is that a construction term?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, for years.
Yes, it is.
How could you not know?
Swag, there's a lot of
Gotcha,
variations.
gotcha,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, throw a dart.
Right.
Yeah, I was looking at the square footage too, Commissioner. I mean, I'm in the steel industry, have been for the last 29 years. And, you know, I see a lot of 60 by 40 metal buildings with a top-notch roof system on it. And they're going around $1.30, $1.75 a square foot. That's slab the whole bit. So I see what you're saying on those numbers.
All right, anything else on Legion Hall?
These projects are very dear to
I
my
get,
heart.
I get
You
it.
can
I,
tell.
no, I get
Checking
it.
your polls.
Now, we just need to get somebody in the headlock, explain to them what the numbers need to be.
We're working on it.
Go
That's
down
right.
the
We had
road.
another meeting last
Yeah.
week.
You know.
All right, moving on. EMS, substantial completion I have, with me today, and Ransley's gonna get the judge to sign it. We're having a ribbon cutting on Friday.
This Friday?
This Friday.
What time?
I think it's noon to 3 or something. I'm not handling the invites, I ain't getting in that one.
Noon.
Yeah.
At
All
least
right,
that's what I got.
questions on EMS? Sign shop, we've got a final, set of sketches, due hopefully by Friday for review and approval, and then we'll start that RFP process on the sign shop. Molly had a couple more questions, I think Roy answered them for her yesterday. So,
They overcomplicating that again?
architects.
Jeez.
Yeah. All right. Chambers Parkway Soccer Complex is moving right along. I will tell you that structurally, both Building A, which is the community center, and Building B, which is the concession stand, are both structurally sound. The internal build-out is ongoing. We've got about, hang on. About 60% of the sidewalks in. Field materials is probably now at about 50%. Field lighting assembly, we set them up in their own little area back there, and I think the first two drills for poles, they hit water. So, haven't got fully engaged and all that yet. We have an update tomorrow or Thursday. Yeah. But I will say this, we're gonna be needing some more testing fees, and I'll prepare something to bring that back for next court.
For the footings?
For compaction, for concrete pours, we had a little trouble sort of double booking between Gallant and Carter. And we've had technicians out there on, back-to-back days that's run some of that up. That southwest corner where we had the water intrusion in two of the footings, that cost us a little extra for
Sure.
assessment, analysis, recommendation, their time. And then, to be honest with you, we probably just underestimated it just a hair.
We or them?
I think that, well, I'll share the part of that blame.
Well, I mean, it was a GNP.
But we were comparing West Side Complex that we did, which was 3 years ago now.
Yeah.
With that in size, and just like the compaction test on the fields is a little bit larger, right?
Okay.
And incrementally, they didn't pour as much in one fell swoop on one day as we were able to do at the West Side Complex. So you have one technician called out for 10 hours on one day from 2 a.m. to noon, and on the other side of that, they haven't poured quite as much on their paving at a time. So that's a few more trips, if you will. But I should have that assessment ready, and I can discuss that with you as soon as I get those numbers in.
Yeah. I'm curious of how big a number it's going to be, or not big of a number. So.
Right now, we're about $7,000 down.
Okay.
So probably twice that.
Okay.
I guess.
So,
15.
I was absolutely not paying attention, so my apologies. What were the footings for?
Water intrusion.
Yeah, we hit water intrusion and.
What were the footings for?
The perimeter for the community building.
Yeah.
Oh.
The depth, shallow. There's some shallow water table, and then also the footing for the light poles. We're forecasting some of those may be the similar issue in some areas.
So
We have an answer, we're just gonna have to have another assessment.
I thought the community building was upright.
It is.
It's all vertical.
We've already changed
We've
order
already
that
addressed
section.
all
Okay,
that,
that's,
yeah.
okay.
He just said he used some of his testing monies
Okay.
for those items.
Yeah.
So we're going to replenish that budget and just for the,
Just some unforeseen
just as we
conditions.
and we have contingency built in the project if we need to look at that. But yes, sir.
Yep.
We're good.
We do.
I'm good now.
But yeah, all your tilt wall on the community building, all your tilt walls are up, your steel is up, roof deck's on the concession stand, all your CMU block is up. We're just working internally now, inside.
It's looking really good. I drove by there over the
Yeah, it's
weekend.
getting there. Yep.
It's and I'm getting a lot of phone calls, and I know we're getting a lot of calls from potential users, and
Oh, yeah.
we're excited. And the road at the same time is coming together, and also the water line issues that we've worked out. We're doing a lot of things on this project. This is an absolute all hands on deck. Road construction, water line construction, utility construction, and building of a facility construction happen simultaneously. So I'm really impressed with how we're doing this project. And Mike, I know that y'all are staying busy with it for sure. So I appreciate your team. Y'all give me good updates, and it's going good.
Anything else?
Thank you, Mike.
No, that was great up
I appreciate that, Mike. I know that was a lot.
No, that was good.
Hey, so I just threw that on him like Thursday. So
Well, he did good.
Good job.
he did a great job. He yeah, I appreciate that.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you, Mike.
That was good.
All right.
Okay, we'll go to environmental protection, 9.1. Discuss and consider nuisance abatement located at 1149 Chase Road, Winnie, Texas.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Morning.
So this property, we had started the process last year, late summer. We have sent 2 notices, have had no response. The time lapse between the first notice and the second was approximately 6 months or so. We gave them enough time, and then through the holidays and such to be able to take some action. When I first conducted the inspection, I wasn't even aware there was a mobile home behind the mobile home because of the overgrown vegetation that's surrounding it. Commissioner Gore actually informed me that there was one, and so when I went to look, I was like, oh yay, there is one behind there. I cannot get through the vegetation to see the state of the mobile home behind the first one, so it may need to be demolished if court approves abatement. I personally, like I said, I don't know, the vegetation is over my head, so I don't know, but I am asking that we consider going in. For sure, the vegetation needs to be taken care of. There is some rubbish in the front, as you can see through the pictures, couches, refrigerators, that type of thing. The mobile home that is visible has some slight damage to the sides. I don't know what it looks like all around once again, and I don't know what the other structure looks like. Like I said, it may have to be demolished. I'm not 100% sure.
I've had multiple phone calls from the neighbor across the road, Mr. Frege, about this property. And I mean, like I said, we've worked on it for going on a year now, and with little to no contact with the homeowner, the property owner. I think it's someone out of Florida that owns the property, possibly.
That is the mailing address listed on both the tax records and appraisal district. This morning, I verified again the tax records. Their property taxes are paid, so they're current with their property taxes. I personally have not had any response from the owners regarding any of the notices that they may have received. I have been double checking the mailing address to see that it has not changed. So the mailing address we've been mailing the notices to, as far as I am aware, is the most current mailing address. So, like I said, we have not had any response, and the most recent pictures from the notice in February, the vegetation may not seem too bad, but it's because we're in winter. a lot of it dies, dries
It's
out.
all fixing to grow back.
It's gonna grow back, and when it does, it's gonna come back even bigger.
So we need to go ahead and get on it now.
Hey, so I say, so this is an investment company out of Florida, so this isn't an individual on hard times that can't afford to go do this. I think we need to go in there and level that entire thing, clean it up, get it down to ground level. You know, send them a bill, and that's our property until they pay that bill, so I'm
Yes, sir.
100% for that. That would be my motion.
Motion by
I'll
Commissioner
second that, Commissioner.
Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed, motion carries. We just need to make sure we document, mark the sewer systems that are there so we won't get in them and get the water and electricity cut loose from those buildings.
Yes, so I will get with the Road and Bridge Department and see if that is something they can take care of. The scope of work, I'm not sure if they will.
That's pretty significant.
That's pretty.
Pretty.
Yeah, we probably need to get somebody to do that.
To get the bids then, and then come back to court once we.
Can we do any of it internally? Can we clean this up? Can we get the vegetation down before we do the other?
Yes, we can get all the vegetation, everything cleared with just the two structures are there.
Correct.
And we could get,
Yeah.
we need 3 bids, George, to get on that.
I believe, like Commissioner Dudley said, we can have at least the vegetation and the rubbish removed,
Yes.
internally. And then when we do that, we'll be able to see how the structures are.
Oh, okay, let me ask this question in legal. You always see trailer house companies saying, hey, we'll buy any trailer, any condition, anything like that. I mean, is that something legally we could do, council?
We would have to take possession of it prior. We'd have to take possession.
That's what I'm saying, what do we need to do?
It's not ours to surplus. That would be my thing, but it'd be up to legal.
The key is abatement and demolishment.
Okay, that's what I want.
I mean, that's
part of the abatement.
That's gonna be a legal question.
That's the reason I was asking, can y'all check into that? Huh?
Are you talking about the trailers now, or are you talking about?
We're talking about trailers.
Yeah, no.
Because it's gonna be costly to have someone go in there and demolish them and get them out of there.
If they're on their frame and we can move them, we would move them.
We can move them to the landfill.
I just,
And then if they go to the landfill, then.
Well, I'm just, Victoria, you think it's gonna be less than $100,000 to get that cleaned up?
I would, you mean as far as demolishing the structures themselves,
Clean,
or?
if they had to do
All right.
turnkey, go in there and make it a nice clean lot, do you think it would be more than that?
I'm gonna say under 25.
Yeah. About 25, right?
I would say under 25.
Okay,
So,
good,
I just bid a
good,
similar job to that somewhere else.
Okay.
And that was a pretty safe number.
And we just get some bids and have the court put some money and get it turnkey and get it done.
That's what I'm saying, if we say, hey, we're gonna go in there and move these, their own axles, their own frames, take them to the landfill, set them there, it'd be a less cost, and then can we gut deal them from there, George?
I said, I don't think they're ours, so I mean, that would be, I'd have to have help from
Yeah.
the lawyer on that.
That's what I'm saying, I mean, if,
We'll
yeah.
look into it, but, I would be cautious about proceeding with.
Well, what's the extent of service that we've tried to reach out to this? Just you trying to reach out via just normal mail?
Correct,
So we
which
haven't-
is
we
our
haven't-
process.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
But we haven't got legal involved wherever maybe when we serve this person or we somehow do some more different attempt
Right.
yeah, and I think that's gonna be the first option, right?
They were notified that this was coming to court for via mail,
But
via certified and regular mail.
did you get return receipt?
We did not
That's what I'm
get
saying.
return receipt or nor.
Us, yeah. It's not legal, it's not considered legal notice, and I'm just
Until
making sure we get legal involved to make sure when we do achieve legal service, then this comes a whole different ballgame, and Dwayne and Ashley and the whole county attorney team can establish that. But once we create that, that's gonna trigger the abatement side of what, to the extent of the abatement we can do. I think going in and having an internal crew clean and mow and try to get it somewhat
Presentable.
abated from the exterior and and the undergrowth and creating the rats and rodents, that's one thing, but stepping in and demolishing a building or removing a building, I think we have to have legal service attempted at least, so, yeah. And I know we do, I mean, it's the process, and I wanna make sure the court understood that that's what we're doing, so.
And I can confirm the return receipt, it could be that I may have missed it, so if I do see that there was something that came back, I know because, well, I don't wanna speak in terms, I can confirm that.
Send legal, weighing them what you've sent,
Mm-hmm.
and let's let them reach out to them as well.
Yep.
And then let's go ahead and get the underbrush and everything like that cleared up, and all the junk laying in the yard, let's get all that cleared up, where it's just the two structures there, and then we can evaluate the structures.
That is,
Is there a phone number for them?
I don't have a phone number. I can reach out to Sean Perry with the,
Sometimes a phone call is really all it takes.
that
It's
is,
my sweet little voice.
I guess I'll have to borrow your sweet little voice and give him a call. I can reach out to Sean and see if we can gain some type of contact, telephone number, and see if that.
Yeah, we're happy to help.
Is your motion to proceed with the abandonment, with the abatement? I just wanna make sure I have the wording.
I think we just leave that on the table.
I think we're proceeding with the process of the
Yeah, we just gotta finish the process before we get there.
Yes.
But, yeah.
Okay, so I want, like, you and Sean to work with legal, give them what you have seen them, have them reach out to them, and we can, see what y'all transpire, and then we can proceed from there. But as far as the underbrush and stuff like that there, I think we can go in there and clean all that up.
Okay, so just to make sure that I'm understanding clearly, we are approved to internally remove the vegetation and the debris, the rubbish that is there, and then get with legal and sheriff's office to obtain a contact telephone number.
And let's look at the structures once we. So let's make sure, and whoever goes out there, that they mark the septic systems and stuff like that, we don't need to cause any damage. Okay, so we. Mr. Perkins, a motion and a second, we already approved it? Not yet?
No.
Okay, all in favor? Any opposed, motion carries. Thought we did approve it.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you. 18.1, I think we're taking that to executive. Go down to consent agenda.
I'm good. 19.5 and 19.6,
Okay.
need school.
We're gonna take to executive.
Yep.
So that again, sir?
19.5,
19.5 and 19.6,
job descriptions and.
that'd be job
19
descriptions and payroll changes.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so we can, entertain a motion on the rest of it.
So moved.
So moved, by Commissioner Ty, second by
Second.
Commissioner Hammond. No further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. So we're going to go to executive sessions on 19.5, approve job descriptions, 19.6, approve payroll changes. And we're gonna go with 18.1, discuss, consider status update of the health services department. And 20.1, executive session items for discussion, but not limited to applicable sections under Texas Government Code, personnel, consultation with attorney, deliberation regarding real property, deliberation regarding security devices or security audits. So we're gonna go to executive session, recess at 11:30 for executive session.
Good.
Okay, we come back out of executive session, 1:45 PM. And entertain a motion on 19.5.
19.5, approve all job descriptions with the exception of health services updates 26.
Second.
That's a motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice, to approve all job description updates except health services. All right, entertain, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Danny.
19.6, approve payroll changes.
Move to approve all payroll changes with the exception of health services.
Susan, motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice. No further discussion or comment, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. If there's nothing else to come before the court, 1:46 PM, we are adjourned.
So no action.